Good morning. Oh wow, I love Lamp was here real early. What's up, Lamp? Good to see you. One of our illustrious YouTube members. It's the weekend. We made it. We made it all the way to Saturday. It's fantastic. What's up, Gun? How are you? Good to see you, sir. My bruh. Yeah, I'm here. I'm here and you're here. So that's good, man. It's could always be much, much worse. Hello, Lamp. Gun, have a nice Saturday. Oh, I appreciate that. Yeah. Yeah, we don't have anything significant planned. Today's my son's last tackle football game of the year, so we'll go do that for a little bit. But other than that, I think I'll just probably stream, maybe work out, drink some coffee. Do the usual, which I don't mind. I like being at home. I think from a code perspective, I think we're just going to keep doing what we've been doing though. I'm at my aunt's house, but I'm outside waiting for the aunt to come back from checkout. Nice, very cool. Oh yeah, is this your vacation, Lamp? Very cool, man. Well, I hope your vacation's going well. We haven't really took any vacations this year. We've just been a bunch of homebodies most of the year. I keep forgetting about this. Do I want to try to do something about this right now? Not really. I don't really think I want to. But I need to do something so that I don't forget about it. So let me set a reminder. I keep forgetting. Reminder. Fix neovim dap python brokenness. Let's see, and we're going to remind ourselves on date, which is the 25th, and then I'm just going to put a reminder for like 10 a.m. today. Also, so far, 1 gigabyte used from a 100 gigabyte a month SIM card. Oh man, you're. I think you might be out of luck, man. I don't know how far that thing's gonna get you. 100 gigs, and you've already used 1 gig. Hello, Artwork Studios. Oh wait, hold on. It's October 25th. So if you got that on October 1st, and you've only used 1 gigabyte from your SIM card, actually you're probably in pretty good shape, right? Hello, Artwork Studios. How you doing, man? You having a good day? What's your Unity game, Artwork Studios? All right, test, test, test. That's where we're at. We're at test time. Okay, so I think where I just landed on this was... Well, so far going good. Players flying. Nice. It's a basic horror game that allows you to switch gravity. Interesting. Interesting. Dude, I hate horror games. I hate them. So bad. Some of my friends at work got me to play, oh, this would have been almost a year or two ago now at this point. We played... It was it was a Steam game where you were like on an alien planet. You're like almost like an astronaut, and you have to go into this building and you have to like salvage parts out of the building, but there are sometimes monsters in there. Steam jump scare game. I forget what it's called. Like, I want to say like it just feels eerie. Yeah. Well, I don't like to feel eerie. I don't like to feel scared. God, what is that game called? Oh, hey, my game is a space game. Oh, nice. What is that game called? Let's see. Steam game astronaut monsters. I don't know. It'll come to me. I want to say something like... I think I know that one. Is it a repo? Wait, no. Yeah, no, it's not a repo. Gosh, dang. My brain is failing me this morning. That's really frustrating. It's like on the tip of my tongue and I can't. Lethal Company. Lethal Company. Anybody heard of that game? Yeah, there you go. Our worksheet, we literally, I don't know what was happening there, but like the atoms or the bits must have been flying across the world because at the we like had the same thought at the exact same time. Yeah, they got me to play that game. They got me to play another zombie game called Survive the Night. And yeah, no thank you. No thank you. uh, excuse me. Oh. public workflow factory test. Are two brain cells united? Oh yeah, unfortunately, yeah. I don't know if I've got more than a few brain cells. Oh my goodness. That's pretty fucking funny. um, how do I want to do this? So basically, in order to make this work, I have to do system under test equals new, and then I have to pass in oops. It would help if I remember how to write C#. I have to pass in all of these arguments. So I need basically one of every age, one of every. Okay, well maybe I'm starting in the wrong place. Maybe I shouldn't. Let's start at the executor. Let's not start here. Let's back out. Back out, back out, back out. Let's actually start testing the workflow at the individual units of the workflow, and then we'll work our way to putting it all together. So let's start at the writer, because that's kind of, or no, let's start the interviewer, because that's the beginning of our workflow. And let's add a oh, actually, we can put this in the unit test too. So we can say units. Yep, there we go. Past Steven was already thinking about this. So we're going to say namespace casper.console.write, no, .test.unit.write. So we go public class writer test. And then we'll say private read only writer. See that? And that's our system under test. And this guy takes in, I think this guy just takes in an AI agent, right? We new it up like this. We're going to get an error. Yeah, AI agent. Okay, so this is where we're going to use the mock library. So we're going to have a private read-only, and then we're going to call it mock AI agent. And then we'll set this to a mock agent. And that will be equal to a new instance of the mock agent. However, I don't think I have mock installed. Oh, and this is interviewer. Dang it. Why do I keep screwing up the... It's because it's 4:15 in the morning and I haven't woken up yet. Alright, so we need to get the Also, why am I using Edge? Didn't I say the other day I was going to only use the Zen browser? I'm a complete liar. Do you forget semicolons sometimes, Steven? It's actually the opposite problem for me. I don't forget semicolons that much because I really enjoy writing C# and TypeScript, and when I write TypeScript or JavaScript, I always put semicolons at the end. But when I write Python or any language that doesn't require semicolons, then I write way too many semicolons. Like when November hits and we pretend to be a Go developer for all of November, I'm gonna write way too many semicolons. Yes, I love me some semicolons. Actually, we should have an emoji for that. That should be one of our members' emoji, is I heart semicolons. Also, if you become a member of my channel, you can use my really cool emotes. Not that you need to become a member. No, nobody freak out. uh, uh, actually, hold on. That would be actually a fun image. Hold on, let me see. Let's see if we can get Gemini to create us one. Can you create me a I heart semicolon? Let's see, make it, I don't know, what kind of style should it be in? Make it, OBS just get disconnected. Hey, what's up, bro? Is Volt? Oh my gosh, that I'm not using that image. Okay, try again in a different style. I'm burning so much electricity making these images. What's up, Voldemort? It's been a minute. It's been a long minute. I hope you're doing well, man. This is the different style. So it created this image, and then I said, hey, make it in a different style. So it put black outlines around everything. Oh my goodness. That's so this is here. Let's try a different one shot. I know this has nothing to do with writing code, but it's Saturday, okay? Get off my back. Here's I heart semicolon. Oh no, that was that was the response. Very lo-fi. It was kind of very lo-fi, wasn't it? Let me make one myself. Yeah, man, make one. Draw us one. For sure. Also, Steven, I forgot. Sorry for asking you. What website do you use for lo-fi? Oh, I use let me get it real quick. It's called lofigenerator.com. Also, I don't know about that song. There you go. lofigenerator.com. I just put the link in the chat. That's the website I use for music, and I use it for two reasons. It's free, or it appears to be free. No one's sent me an email yet saying you use this way too much. And then secondly, it's algorithmically generated, right? So the risk of being copyrighted is pretty much zero if you use it for like content creation stuff, which is primarily what I use it for. Although I was listening to the Primogen stream the other day, and he has like some really good sounding music, but it seems like it's almost like AI generators or something, because he puts really funny, hilarious lyrics. So if like you're listening to the music, it sounds a little bit like a, it sounds like a good song, but then if you pay attention to the lyrics are like outrageously dumb. So I might have to try to pay attention more to his streams and see how he does that, because I think that would be kind of fun. Because lo-fi is nice, but sometimes, you want different vibes. Thank you. Of course, man. Yeah. I promise too, like, I have used lo-fi generator so much. I went on a hunt for the guy who created it because he doesn't attribute himself on that website. And I did find him, and I hope he's okay because I don't see any activity of like of the social media I found. I don't see any activity from him since like 2022. And I sent him an email and he's never responded. Actually, let's just follow up on that real quick. Yeah, this was the this is the guy who made it, Dylan Turner. So if you go to dylanturner.dev, here's the guy that created that lo-fi generator. He's created some other things, but I have yet to hear back from him. I hope he's okay. Maybe he's chosen a different path in life, you know? Oh, I could buy him a coffee. Thank you for creating lo-fi generator.com. I use it every day to create content and stream with. I hope I'm not blowing up your hosting bill. If maybe he'd be willing to come on the stream and talk to us about this. Like maybe I could interview him about how he built it, because I don't understand how he built it. If you would ever be interested in sitting and talking with me about how you built the site or the story behind it and yourself, I'd love... Oh, I ran out of characters. Damn it. About the site. The story behind it. And yourself. Let me know. I guess I probably need to leave, like... probably shouldn't... Plus Dan? Thanks for subbing, Plus Dan. I guess I probably shouldn't put my contact info here. I don't know. Maybe I can link my like my X maybe, or what does he use? It looks like he has X listed in his Instagram. Oh, his Instagram's gone. Oh, and his X is gone. Shit, he just like, he dipped, man. He was just like, I'm out. I'm done with social. Anyways, I'm gonna tip him. I know $10 isn't much, but let's see. We're gonna do. I'll just use good old PayPal. Yeah, but this is the site I use for music, and I've been trying to find a way to thank this guy, and I didn't even realize he had a buy me a coffee page. PayPal, login. It's so, I mean, it's just so cool that people make stuff like that and put it on the internet and share it. It'd be even cooler if we could actually get him on to talk about it, because I think it would be interesting to hear how he built the site. I should probably just cut them in on the my channel revenue if it ever becomes meaningful. See, remember, that's fine. Get in your wallet, that's fine. Yep. All right. That's done. We bought Dylan a coffee. So you guys should go use lo-fi generator, blow it up. Maybe we can get him to come on the stream or the channel. Man, I got so distracted by all that. Thank you, Dylan Turner. Let me send a follow-up here too. Dylan. Apologies. Don't mean to blow up your spot, but wanted to reach out and just say thank you for making lo-fi generator. Would love to talk to you about the project if you'd ever be interested. Send. All right. Back to making our image. Okay. I had Gemini come up with a better prompt. Create me an I heart semicolons image. Yeah, let's see. Give it a cyberpunk feeling. Neon lighting. Shallow depth of field. Okay, there we go. Let's see what it comes up with this time. Eating chewing gum for the first time? This is the first time in your life you've ever chewed gum? Are you kidding me? Well, I don't need a yeah, just let's see. Remove the human being. We just want the neon sign and cityscape. Keyshawn. What's up, Keyshawn? How are you? Dijing. Love this man. Glad I randomly got your live recommendation a random day. Well, yeah, man. I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you found us. I'm still not happy with this, but anyways, we've belabored this experience here, so we're gonna move on. At some point today, you'll catch me though. At some point today, I'll be using Gemini to generate I heart semicolon images. Okay, where were we? We were adding our mock library. So this is a really popular .NET library to do unit testing. Where is it? There you go. So I know everybody has a different thought too about what unit testing or integration testing or end-to-end testing should be. My thought about it is unit testing is whatever unit of code that you define as a unit. It's completely arbitrary and objective. It's up to you. Ideally though, a unit test typically connotes that you're doing some amount of mocking or some amount of stubbing at some level. At some level, you're isolating a unit of code. if it's an integration test, that's where unit and integration tests sort of become arbitrary, because at what level do you mock, right? At what level do you stub something out? At what point does a unit test become an integration test? That's where the language kind of becomes fungible. And then an end-to-end test is, to me, is some application. It's almost like the entry point of an application, right? That you're testing kind of the entry point of an application all the way through, like from top to bottom. So for an API, that would mean making an API request that hits your server. Maybe the server queries the database and returns some data, right? For a web UI, that's actually going through the web to hit some endpoint on your backend, or if it's a server rendered app, right? That's typically how I think of these things. But mocking, when you're mocking in .NET, one of the most popular libraries is mock, MOQ. There's also one called InSubstitute that a lot of people use. Also, full disclosure, mock has had a lot of hatred in the .NET world in the last year and a half because of some decisions that that project made. I still like it. I still enjoy using it, so I do. I don't have beef with it, but I know a lot of people in the .NET ecosystem have beef with it. Let's see, .NET add source Casper console package MOQ. Pious Dan. Nice username. What time zone am I in? I am in the Central Standard Time Zone. So right now it is 4:47 a.m. for me. What's your favorite color, Steven? So my favorite color, it's oddly specific right now. This is my favorite color. And it has been for quite a while. It's a shade of red. I know it by the hex code. It's DB3E3E. Is this color. That's I've always liked the color red, and then I was trying to pick a color red to use for my Freeborn Training Systems company back when I was doing personal training, and this was the red I settled on for that, and I've just stuck with it. Although, thanks to AI, the color purple has really grown on me. I've seen so many shades of purple. Okay, so we've done that. Now let's, now we actually need to use it. So let's go to our usings. We'll add a global directive. Global using mock. And then we'll go jump back over to here. Didn't I add it? Ah, fuck, I added it to the wrong project, didn't I? Damn it. I added it to the console project and not the test project. It's still early, okay, guys? It's early for me. Cut me a break. Cut me some slack. Why is it not picking up? Maybe I need to build it? Yeah, I'm guessing I need to build it or something. Check Discord, Steven, sent into the projects tab. Let me see. Oh, nice. Did you do that in Windows Paint? How'd you do that? You did that pretty quick. Play Clash Royale. That is the most odd request that I've gotten in my stream. We're in the middle of writing code and you're over here telling me to play Clash? Random. Okay, now let's see if it picks up on my private read-only mock. There we go. Mock AI agent. And we can mock the AI agent. It's not an interface, but it is a abstract class, so we should be able to mock it. Then we can say private read-only interviewer. Why is this complaining? Unused field. Typer namespace mock could not be found. Oh, I guess I took that out of my global, didn't I? Global using. I think this is mad because it's sorted wrong. Oh no, it's mad because it needs to be there needs to be a space. Okay, then we come back here, and now in our constructor, we can say public interviewer tests, and then our interviewer is going to be equal to a new instantiation, and we will pack in our mock agent.object as our agent of use. So let's rename this to stick with our convention. This will be our system under test. Okay. Now what do we want to test, right? So this is where basically what we're testing with each one of our interviewers. So just to kind of remind people of where we are and what we're doing. We are trying to build kind of an agentic powered system, an LLM powered system that's organized into agents. And if you've watched any of my YouTube videos recently, you know an agent is just kind of a conceptual way to architect and organize calls to an LLM. And primarily the agent serves to organize your prompts and organize your tools kind of into a single unit that you can build your system around. And so for us, most of our agents are just specific prompts, right, that set up very specific rules and things that the LLM should adhere to or stick to, and particular ways that it should respond to us with structured outputs. But in order to architect this, in order to put all this together, to kind of recreate this graph that you see on the screen, or this diagram that you see on the screen, we are using something called Agent Framework. This is the framework we're using. This was the whole kind of inspiration for building this project, was learning this framework. And in this framework, when you're building a workflow, conceptually, there's kind of two ideas that you have to pay attention to. There is, oops. Why is this not going away? There we go. Conceptually, there's kind of two things here. There's executors, and then there are the edges, or the connections, maybe is a better word for it. Pass, right? So if you're thinking of this like a graph, you know, your executors are your nodes, right? And then obviously your paths are the ways that data can flow between your can flow between your nodes, right? So you got paths and you've got executors. So your executors are classes that you define, and then when you wire them together, right, you can say this executor passes to this one, or this one can pass to this one, and you can also have conditional edges, right? So this is like your typical multi-path type of a workflow. So what I'm writing tests for right now is I'm writing tests for the individual executors, for the individual nodes. So in my test, what I'd like to verify is I'd like to verify that whenever my interviewer, in this case, or whenever my executor receives a message or a piece of data of a particular type, that it responds to that in the way that I would expect. And then if it does any calls out to the LLM, I can mock out, right, whatever response I would expect from the LLM based on whatever case I'm testing. So this is going to be an async task method. And the methods that we're going to test, almost all of them are called handle async. So we'll go to interviewer real quick. So this executor only has one handle async method, but you can have multiple. So there's a few different scenarios in here that we need to test. All of them require the guy to receive a chat message, right? So we're going to take in a chat message, a mocked workflow context, and we'll just pass we won't pass a cancellation token. Or I guess we will. From XUnit, we'll pass a current cancellation token. And then we'll just test each one of these pieces of logic, right? So like we'll mock out the responses from the agent. So we'll mock out a response that we can't deserialize to, or that deserializes to null, and we'll make sure that we get this back, right? So we're just, it's very much like just unit testing a method, but now we can have confidence that the logic we have inside this handler actually works the way we expect it to work. And then we'll also test our executors when they're all wired up together. We'll also write some integration tests to test how they behave when we put them all together. So I need to I'd like to be able to reference this method off to the side. So I think I'm going to split this window or open another window maybe. So I can look at the method we're testing while we're writing the test. Public async task, handle, async, something. All right, here we are. Artwork Studios, I checked it out. Yeah, the picture looks good, man. Thanks for making it. Phil Saboa, I spent like 3 hours building this agentic architecture in N8N. I'm stuck trying to put the info into a template, but I'll crack it. Nice, very cool, man. Yeah, I hear N8N is slick. I have not used it. I watched a couple videos of Network Chuck talking through how, which if you guys don't know who I'm referring to, I'm guessing you guys do, but I've watched a couple videos of Network Chuck talking about how he uses N8N. If you guys aren't familiar, he's a really awesome YouTuber. He's definitely very high energy. So if that's not really your thing, I get it. But he does have a couple N8N videos. He has one that's like one that he just published about using it in his home lab, and then he has another one that's more of like a tutorial. I think it's called like "You Need to Learn N8N Now" or something like that. I can't remember exactly what the name of it is, but it looks very slick. So I have no doubt you will overcome your sticking point. I have no doubt. Sounds like a fun project though. Where Where are we? We're here. No, thank you, Artwork Studios. Thank you. Endeavor Shorts. A quote from a goat. I decided, okay, missing holes. I decided to take a goal. After achieving my goal, there's too many holes. When I figure out they are trolls, I started to focus on achieving more goals. Interesting. I've never heard that quote, and I'm not certain who said it. It's kind of interesting now. I don't know what the holes are referring to. I understand the troll reference, but the hole reference has me confused. All right, when called, an agent returns let's see, when agent returns, what do we want to say? When agent returns response that can't be deserialized, it should return a failure. Someone's gonna comment on that method. When called, and response. Maybe I can just say and response can't be deserialized. It should return a failure. So that means what we're gonna do is we're gonna come in here, and we are gonna say var message equals new chat message, like that. And then we're gonna say, I think at this point we can just say var results equals await underscore run async. No, handle async. Sorry, handle async. And we'll pass in our message. We'll pass in our mock context, which we don't have yet. And then we'll pass in test context.current.cancellation token. And then what do we want to basically say result.should be private read-only mock I workflow context. Mock context equals new. Do I need a using for this, I'm guessing? Yeah, fair enough. This should not be mock. This, you don't want to pass in the mock, you want to pass in the underlying object. Like that. So result should be of type failure. Alright, let's see if that works. Give it a quick run. That's a very simplistic test, but Noku. Oh, subscriber mode? Yes, we are in full subscriber mode. I didn't even know that option existed for the last 9 months. And then when I figured out it did, I was like, hell yeah, let's keep the trolls out. Our dog looks emo. Well, go give him a hug. Goku. Nice, Goku. I like your username. Hi, what are you building? I'm new to this channel. Well, I'm glad you're here. Thanks for being new to the channel. My test failed. But what we're building is we're building this guy. So We're trying to learn how to use this new framework from Microsoft for building agents called the Agent Framework. Somebody in marketing did a good job with that naming. And we're the way we're trying to learn about this is by creating a relatively simplistic workflow that's all powered by requests to an LLM. So that's what we're building. It's been going pretty well. We're at the point now where we pretty much have everything wired up. Like we have all our prompts written, we have our workflow wired together, and now we're just going through and adding tests and kind of polishing it up. Phil, I have a master agent with minions. One is a proposal writer, an email sender, research agent, calendar agent, so that I can use the chat to get info. Super fun. And you can use redundant LLMs. Yeah, that sounds like fun. Yeah, that's more like a kind of like a supervisor architecture. That seems like a super common pattern that people use, especially if you want. I think the supervisor or orchestrator pattern makes a lot of sense, especially if you want people to be able to chat with the LLM and the LLM sort of piece together the workflow in whatever steps they want, right? Like maybe somebody doesn't want to interact with the proposal writer first. Maybe they want to interact with the research agent first, right? Or vice versa. So yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense if you want a system that is sort of agnostic to a very specific workflow. Like in the app that I built, right? It's a very like I kind of constrain the app to follow a very specific path. This agent hands off to this agent, hands off to this agent, and there's a little conditional logic in there where agents can, basically loop. But it sounds like your system is much more like a RPG experience, an open world RPG experience, which is cool. I think that's probably what you want from most systems. Working with Unity is so nostalgic. Huh. I wonder why you have nostalgia around Unity. Got gravity working. Nice. Very cool, man. I'm glad. I'm glad you're learning. I'm glad you're figuring stuff out. That's always a good feeling, you know? Alright, let's see what the error is about here. Argument is white space. Oh, I think that's because I passed an empty message. User or chat role dot user test message. No, I don't want that. I want the one that comes from. Yeah, there we go. Try again. See, also, Steven, the code base of Casper is what I aspire to be. Oh man, I don't know. I don't know if anything I do is aspirational, but I appreciate that. Let's see. Object reference not set to an instance of an object. Oh no, we have a null reference exception. Line 27. Line 27. Oh, yeah. So this is where I need to set up a mock, right? So yeah, I completely forgot about that part. Okay, so the way the interviewer works, right, is so under the hood, right, if we go into the interviewer, the first thing the interviewer does is it tries to send the message it received to the LLM via this agent. So what we need to do is we basically need to mock out the call, right, to the LLM, which is why I have the mock in there in the first place. So if we come in here and we say, we'll mock it right at the top of this method as part of our setup. So we'll say mock agent, right? And then the way this works in the mock library is you say dot set up, and in this case it will be set up m, and you use a lambda to do this. So you say m dot run async, and then you're gonna you have to pass in basically like blank arguments, and then you can say dot returns async, since this is an async method, and then we'll have to return a new response here. So what we do here is, instead of just saying m.run async, is we need to pass it kind of like placeholder arguments. They're basically like, this is what the mock is going to use to match against, right? So if you say, okay, mock agent for run async, I want it to always return this particular response, that's fine, but you can also set it so that it only returns this particular response if it's passed certain parameters, certain arguments that match certain conditions, so you can get kind of more granular. But for my use case, I just need to say it.isAny string, like that. And then I have to pass all the, I think this takes 4 arguments. So we probably should put this on a new line, since we're working on a very tiny vertical screen. So we'll say it is any string, and then we'll say it dot is any agent thread. It is any I think it's agent run options is the next one. And I think the last one is a cancellation token. It is any cancellation token. So yeah, so all this is doing is just saying, hey, whenever the mock agent receives a call to run async with parameters that match this condition, which is, these are just like catch-all conditions, right? As long as they are of these types, then we want to return something. And if I recall, I think this returns something called a agent run response. So we'll say new agent run response, like that. So this guy, this method can have text on it, so it has a text property. Somewhere on it, it has a text property. But in this case, I'm not populating it with anything. So if we run this again, hopefully this will work. Nope. Let's see, what's the problem now? Unsupported expression may not be due. Let's see. May not be used in setup / non-overridable members. Oh, that sucks. So you can't override. Ah, crap. That sucks. This might completely blow up the morning plans. Hold on, guys. Hold on. Control Shift P, split pane down. Let me open this in VS Code real quick. Resecure? What are you doing? I am writing code. I'm trying to get caffeinated for my day, and I'm talking to you guys. That's what I'm doing. Artwork. You're living your childhood dream? Nice, dude. If only we could all do that, huh? If only we could all live our childhood dream. Alright, go here. So this is an abstract class, which most of the time you can mock without any issue, but unbeknownst to me, this is not overridable. Damn it. So how can I fix that? I mean, there's the easy way. I can just have an interface. I can just refactor everything to use interfaces and then... Why are some of these members abstract, though? Like this one down here is abstract. Runs the agent in streaming mode with a collection of chat overriding the core logic. Okay, but why don't we have a corresponding run async that's overridable? Oh, we do. We do. Okay. So it's just I need to use this specific signature if I want to override it. Okay. So what we need to do is then we need to say it is any enumerable chat message like this. And then instead of passing just a singular message, this actually needs to be a messages. And we can say list of chat messages. Like that. Also, I know I'm at the bottom of my screen here. Then I think we can do this instead, right? Oh no, it's not here. It's in my actual production code that I need to make that change. Yeah, so what I'm basically doing here for anybody who might be following along and is like, what the fuck is he talking about? So this method or this abstract class has a bunch of really nice convenience run async methods that all call the underlying abstract implementation, right? So for mocking purposes, these methods that don't have the abstract keyword, I can't mock them. I can't override their behavior through the mock library. I have to mock this, right? The problem is the way I wrote my code, if I go to my interviewer, it doesn't call that underlying abstract method. It calls one of those helpers. Which isn't bad. It's just now basically now what I need to do is I need to say var messages list of chat messages like this, and we can even shorten this even more, and it should be the same effect. Like it's still calling all the same code. It's just now instead of calling that helper, we're just going straight to that underlying class. Okay, I think this will work now. Now we come back up here, we leave this as enumerable. We still pass a single message. Now let's try to run this. Also, I realized I wasn't in NeoVim and I just all of a sudden switched over to VS Code. Let's see, the input does not contain any JSON tokens. Okay. Because deserialized throws. So that's something we need to think about. That's a case I didn't think about. What happens if the agent gives us back bad text, right? It's going to throw. So what do we want to do there? Do we want to catch and then respond with the failure? Yeah, I'm not sure how I want to handle that case. I think ideally we'd probably retry, wouldn't we? If the agent or the LM gives me back bad JSON, we'd probably want to retry the run. Lewis, is this Java, bro? No, this is C#. Strictly writer. Are you using VS Code for C#? Yes, I am using VS Code for C#. I also use NeoVim for C#. Where is it? Yeah, I also use NeoVim for C#, which is a lot of fun to do because nobody does it. But it sounds like Artwork Studio is currently going through some struggles with C# and VS Code. I've had a really great experience using C# and VS Code. For the last 5 years, that's pretty much been the primary tool of choice for me. It's not that Visual Studio or that Writer are bad. It's just a lot of times they feel like it's more than what I need for what I'm doing. You know, like most of the time I'm not working on .NET solutions that are 100 projects, right? I very rarely have to do much profiling, um, multi-thread debugging. I might have to do that a couple times in a couple months, maybe, and then VS Code becomes in really handy because their multi-thread debugging is pretty cool. The visual that they allow you to present it. Strictly Writer. Which also nice username. I wonder if are you a JetBrains user? uh, didn't think VS Code was robust enough to handle it. Compile and run. Oh no, it works great. The .NET teams put a lot of work into actually improving it in the last year or two. They released what's that extension called? I'm pretty sure it's called the C# Dev Kit. So I think they were paying attention to like usage metrics and stuff. So they must have caught on to the fact that this was something C# users were doing. So they put together kind of this all-in-one, you know, all-in-one stop shopping. Fairy, thanks for the subscription. Also nice username. It's got all kinds of symbols in it. Yeah, it's called C# Dev Kit. So it kind of it brings everything you need into C#, or everything you need to work with C# well into VS Code for you by just installing this one extension, and you're kind of off to the races. So yeah, my workflow primarily in .NET involves using the CLI and VS Code or NeoVim. And then occasionally I'll bust open Writer or Visual Studio. For work stuff, I have to use Visual Studio because we have a lot of projects that are still .NET Framework, which you're kind of coupled to Visual Studio in that old world. I need to just make a decision here on what I want to do. I think I'm just going to do a really simple. I think I'm gonna just to start with do a try catch. Yeah, but I'm gonna do it because I think ideally in the future I want to be able to recover. I don't want to just fail if the agent gives me a bad response. So I'm gonna try this, and then I'm gonna catch it. Catch. Yep, just catch JSON exceptions. Oh, but the interviewer res is defined up there. Which is fine. We can just move it up here. We'll just do that. I mean, that's ugly. I don't really like that. It's ugly, but well, it'll work for now. So I think, uh, I think our test will pass now. What do you think? Yep, it passes now. I also kind of like, I know this is more verbose, but I kind of like the way this reads. I kind of like exception E when E is JSON exception. Kind of like the way that reads. We should probably also have some logging. Like this would be a good place to have a logger. But we haven't got that far. Thanks, James, for the sub, man. Appreciate you. Phil, I forgot the vibe music you use. Oh, we talked about that actually just earlier on the stream. We actually sent the guy who created it. We actually bought him a couple cups of coffee earlier. So it's called HTTPS. It's at HTTPS / lofigenerator.com. That's the music I play in the background while I stream. And the reason why I use it, I'm sure there's other services. The reason why I use it is it's free. It's just based in the browser, and the music's algorithmically generated, which I say every time I talk about this, but I have no idea what that algorithm looks like. And it was created by a gentleman named Dylan Turner. So if you want to give him some love, his website is dylanturner.dev. I've never met this individual or talked to him, but I just use his tool so much that I feel kind of obligated to give him a shout out. All right, we can go back here. Let's run it in Neo then. Hey, looky there. Booyah. I'll guarantee you guys have seen very few people who write and run tests in C# in NeoVim. Almost every person I've talked to that say they use C# for NeoVim have told me they don't debug things in NeoVim and they don't run their tests in NeoVim. They use a different IDE or a different editor. So it's like they author their code in NeoVim, but then whenever they have to do any kind of like debugging or testing or whatever, they go outside of it. Which for me was kind of a deal breaker. For me, it was like, if I can't do those things in NeoVim, I'm not going to take the time to set up NeoVim. Well, lucky for me, I was able to figure it out with the help of the internet. Excuse me. No, the name is coincidence. Ah, nice. What's auto completing your code? I'm assuming that's some sort of AI extension. What's auto completing? Oh, are you talking about in Visual Studio? Yeah, Visual Studio. This is Copilot doing its thing. This right here, this ghost text. That's Copilot. I pay for Copilot and I pay for Gemini. So I use Copilot for most code-related stuff, and then I use Gemini for I use Gemini for code-related things too, but typically I use Gemini more for, more for times where, I have an idea, but I don't really know how I would accomplish it, or maybe I want to know how people commonly implement some approach. Like I'll use Gemini sometimes for that. And then I use Gemini for a lot of other non-software related stuff, like generating images or just asking general questions about random unrelated things. But yeah, that's what that extension, that's what that autocomplete's coming from. I have the same thing set up in NeoVim. I just have it disabled in NeoVim right now because there are times when I'm using Copilot and I kind of feel like Copilot is trying to be too bossy or maybe too eager, like you're typing and you're trying to finish your thought and Copilot's cutting you off with its own thought. So sometimes I disable it. Excuse me. I think I need more coffee. All right, so I think oh, you know what we should also hook up to this app is test coverage. I don't think I have test coverage set up, so we should probably set up some test coverage so we can see what lines of code are covered and aren't covered. That always helps me figure out what tests I should write. But I definitely think what I can do is for this agent response, how do I set the value of the agent response? Let's see. So this can take in a chat message or a chat response. It can take in a list of messages. Wonderful. And then the text property here is what is going to get concatenated. Huh. Okay. There's still a lot about this agent framework that I haven't explored. So let's do a new chat message. New chat message. And let's turn this, instead of a fact, let's turn this into a theory. Also, let's go back to NeoVim because NeoVim's kind of more fun to write in. Let's change this to a theory. And let's just do inline data for now. So we'll say inline data. And we are going to try null. And then let's also do an empty string. And then something that is clearly invalid JSON. So we'll say null, empty string, invalid JSON. Because those are all things that could potentially happen. So we'll say agent output. Is that how you spell agent? Yeah, A-G-E-N-T. Then we'll come down here, instead of having this hard-coded, we'll just pass this. Yeah. Now let's see if our tests all still pass. I actually don't know if they are going to. Oh my goodness, something broke. I don't know what happened there, but NeoVim was not happy. Okay, there we go. So it passed in VS Code, but it did not look like. Here, let's close NeoVim. Maybe I'm doing too much editing outside of NeoVim. Excuse me, guys. Hey, Steven, C#, CS, or C#? How do you spell it? I almost always either spell it let's see. I almost always spell it like C# or CS#, like this. That's all. That's how most. Those are usually how I refer to it most of the time. And no, I don't use Unity. I'm not. Game development has not really. Have I shown you guys? I've only built one game before. Have I shown you guys that game? It's basically it's the game Snake, but it's a website. That's the only type of game development I've ever done. I know a lot of people get into programming because of game development. That's just not something I got into. Okay, so doesn't look like neotest.net likes theory data. So the question is, do we take the time to figure out why this bug exists, or do we just move on with our life and not get derailed by it? Um, neotest.net. Huh? Hold on. Neotest adapter for .NET based on the VS test for .NET, allowing test functionality similar to those found. Oh, this is this new? Oh yeah, it's new. Only been here for 5 months. I might have to. Oh look, he's got an example of using theory and inline data. I might have to give this a try. Will you? Oh, and it will use the new Microsoft when available. I might need to switch over to this solution. Hold on, let me star this. Okay. Let's see if this guy this is the one I'm using right now. I don't think it's handling. Let the test discovery know about your custom attributes. Okay. Using the run settings. Ah, it doesn't support theory. Oh no, it does support this. Theory data used in conjunction with the inline data attribute. Huh. So I wonder why it doesn't work in my case. It's weird. See if anybody else has had an issue like this. All right. Well, I guess we're gonna have to switch over to VS Code for this section of development because using being able to run my tests whenever I feel like and use all the things. So we'll just switch over to VS Code for now until I come back. I'm sure there's a reason why it's happening. It's just I need to sit down and look at that error message and then look at the source code and do all of that. What's your opinion on Big O, Steven? I guess you're talking. Are you talking about Big O notation? Is that what we're talking about? Big O notation. Is that what you're talking about? All right, we'll talk about Big O. I think this is what you're talking about. I wish I didn't have to use floats, but it's easier for me. What would you use instead of floats? If this is what you're talking about, Artwork Studios, I think this is probably helpful to be very familiar with if you're in the process of interviewing for jobs where performance and awareness of performance of your code is something that's really important. Oh, a double? Yeah, you could use a double or a decimal. I guess it depends on what you're doing. Yeah, okay, yeah. I don't think there's anything wrong with big O notation. I think it's an interesting thing to be aware of and think about when you're writing code. I think in a lot of cases though, um, in the majority of things that most people are doing development wise today, it's not a big concern, you know? But if like you're writing code that's going to be used by, millions and millions of people and your code sits right in the hot path of something, then yeah, you probably don't want 3 or 4 nested loops. You probably, you know what I mean? You probably want to be aware of that stuff. I mean, YouTube Studio says I have an error. Okay, it's fixed now. But yeah, that's what I think about it. I think it's very academic. I think a lot of times Big O is used to vet developers to see if they are have an academic background or have been taught one. I don't know how practical it is for the everyday person. If you're building front ends in React, I don't know how much you have to concern yourself with Big O. Again, like I said, I think it's something you want to have in the back of your mind, and then be aware that hey, there is such a thing as time and space complexity, and at times if you're trying to do like performance optimization, you know you kind of need to know these things. Um, and maybe it helps you make better choices when you're initially implementing the code. But I just think when you're initially implementing code, the first thing is to get it working, right? That's the first thing. It's like get the thing to work, right? And then after that, that's when you start to refactor or rework it so that it works well, and then maybe that it works fast, right? It's like premature optimization is oftentimes a bigger issue that, in my opinion, and in my experience building my own projects, prematurely trying to optimize something is oftentimes more of an issue than worrying about, do I have a for loop nested inside a for loop? Hello, Amy. How are you? Also, I'm sure there are software engineers and developers out there right now that would like to claw my eyes out because they think everybody should always be concerned with the most performant code ever at all times. And that's fine too. That's a perfectly valid opinion. I'm just a random guy sitting in his basement at 5:45 in the morning talking about code on the internet. So take what I say for what it's worth. All right, we're going to come back and we're going to write some more tests for this method. I know we've written 3 tests in an hour and 45 minutes. But that's the way we do things. That's the way we do things here on this channel. All right, I'm going to go get another refill of my coffee. And then we're going to keep on keeping on. Split pane up. I mean, to be honest, I'm not getting more coffee. I'm getting more caffeine. I mean, I'm supplying my drug habit. It's the one drug that I am a little bit dependent on. I don't drink. I don't really do any other drugs. Caffeine. Did I spell caffeine right? Because that would be kind of embarrassing to walk away from this and caffeine be spelled wrong. I don't feel like it looks right. Nope, I spelled it right. Nice. All right. Like I always say, I don't have any expectation that you guys are going to wait around on me to come back. So if you have to go or you're going to scroll on, no worries. Thank you for being here. It'll take me like 5 minutes. So if you're going to stay and hang out, or you yourself are going to get up and go get a cup of coffee, great. Um, I'll meet you back here in 5. I'm going to mute myself too. So if I come back and I start talking and you can't hear me, if you would be so kind to remind me that I'm on mute, that I would appreciate that. Should we start calling coffee life source? For many adults, it is life source. I always tell people always ask me like, "Man, you drink a lot of coffee." And my response is always, "Life is so much better when you're caffeinated." All right, I'll be right back. I'm back. Hello, hello. Oh, I didn't tell you guys, chat, that for those of you who might have been following along here on my channel for a little while, I just set up a NATH. Let's see, trueNAS.freeborn.cloud. So I just set up a NAS and installed TrueNAS on it. And I've been working for the last couple days to get all my old footage migrated over. And I finally did it. But the surprising thing is, I thought it was going to be way more storage or way more data consumption than I thought. But it's actually, I thought it was going to be 16 terabytes of data. It actually turned out to only be 10 terabytes because one of the drives wasn't a 4 terabyte drive, it was a 1 terabyte drive. And then one of the 4 terabyte drives was only like half full. So I ended up only having to consume 10 of my initial 18, which I was really happy about. So yeah, so I got all my footage transferred over. It's connected. I got my wife set up, connected to it all. I can browse all the files remotely. So if I open up my file explorer, I know this has nothing to do with the project I was just working on, but I just wanted to share it because this has been something I've been thinking about doing for like a long time, like 5 or 6 years, and I just been putting it off and putting it off and putting it off, and so finally it's not. So I basically have all the video I ever shot from 2015, 2016, all the way to today, 2025. And it's been cool. It's been really cool to go back and look at some of this footage because this is like from like December of 26. That's 4 months. Yeah, 4 months after my first son was born. 5 months after my first son was born. So it's been fun to go back and look at all that old footage. It almost feels like it almost feels like you're time traveling when you go back and look at stuff like that. It's like a whole different life. Anywho, wanted to share the win with you. Okay, back to what we were doing. Test time. All right, so we've covered this case, right? We've covered all of these cases. And now we need to cover this case. So if the interviewer res if it has more info, then what we would expect is result.fail. We'd expect it to return the question, but we'd also expect the context to send us that question. And then I think that's it. So let's write a test. It's easy. Fact. Also, Copilot's going to be off for this portion of the of the stream. Let's see, public async task, handle async when called, and agent needs more info. It should return a failure with a question. That. So a lot of this can be duplicated. So we can go up here and we can say, okay, give me all of this. Copy it. We'll come down here. And what we can do is, instead of the agent response being a single new chat message, with the agent input, we can actually supply, what will this be? This would be a new, or I guess let's call this interviewer response. And then we'll come up here and we'll actually create that. So we'll say var interviewer response equals new interview agent response, like that. And then we'll set these. So we'll just say we really only have to set, we really only care about the need more info is the only one we really care about. So we can say need more info is going to be true. Question can just be an empty string, it doesn't matter. And then the topic, this can be a new topic. I don't think I want to have to programmatically generate all these. Sorry, I don't think I want to manually type all this test data. I think it would, because like I'm gonna have to, so basically in order to create this object, I'm gonna have to say string, I'm gonna have to say, basically I'm gonna have to say string.empty, right? String.empty again and again, because this doesn't have a parameterless constructor. And that's going to get old really quick, because this is something I'm going to have to do over and over again. So I think we're gonna go get another library. How about that? We're gonna use somebody else's code to solve our lack of desire to write said code. Okay, so let's kill this guy. In the library I like to use for these kinds of cases is something called, I think it's called Bogus. Bogus.net. And this is kind of a wrapper. This is like a C# wrapper if you've ever used Faker.js. So it's basically like a port of that library, but in C#. So you can do, basically you can do this. You can say new Faker, and then you can define rules for each member on the class that you're faking. And then it provides a bunch of helpful methods for like generating bogus test data. So I think that's what I'm gonna do. All right, what's the install command? This time, I promise this time I'm gonna install it in the right project. Add tests, Casper tests, add package, bogus. Coding, 40% writing, 60% control C. Or actually now it's probably like 10% writing, 40% control C, 50% tab. I use iCloud. Free storage is free storage. Oh yeah, I pay for way too much redundant cloud storage. So I have a iCloud subscription, I have a Google Drive subscription, and I have a Microsoft 365 subscription. All of which I think all three of the plans each come with like 2 terabytes of data. The most important of all those is the iCloud, because like I have an iPhone, and so most of all my images and everything, all the video I shoot on my phone, all the photos I take on my phone, I store them, back them up in iCloud. Although now that I have a NAS, sorry, I keep getting distracted. Although now that I have a NAS, there's a self-hosted solution for image and video called Image. image? Yeah, image. That I think I'd like to try to set up and run now that I have a NAS to store stuff on. And this looks really well done. Like, I think they even have support for machine learning, like to recognize different faces of different people, so that you can have that similar experience that you get with photos. And they have a self-hosted, yeah, it's all self-hosted, and you can use Docker too. Yeah, Docker. And then you just mount your data directories where you want them. So this is where all the files will get uploaded. So you could technically, you could host image on a server, then mount your network attached drive to a specific location, and then map that as your upload location. And you can even break out the uploads. Like, you can say, put photos here, put thumbnails over here. Like, you can get more specific with it. So at some point, I might undertake this as a project. We'll see. All right, so now that we have Bogus installed, let us define a faker. Excuse me, a faker for interviewer responses. So let's go up to where do I want to put this at? Maybe data. Yeah, probably should go in here. And probably, I guess it can go on my. I guess it could. It could technically go on my test data factory, couldn't it? I don't know if this is probably where I should do this. Because this class is going to become quite bloated very quickly. These are the things I spend way too much time thinking about. Doesn't really matter. Doesn't matter, Steven. Alright, so we need a new faker of that type, and then we set up our rules. So we'll go here. We'll say public faker of type interview agent response. And this is just going to have a getter. But what do we want to call this? Interview agent response, maybe? Equals new faker of that type. God, that's verbose. Oh. Well, this can be static, public static. This can be static too. And then we'll say dot rule for, and this is where we define the rules for everything. So this is where we can say f dot need more info. Hold on, how do I do it? I don't remember. It's been so long. We give it the lambda, and then we give it the rule. Sorry. So R R dot needs more info, and then we say F dot. I mean, we could do pick random, right? That's not going to work for our use case, but R dot question is going to be F dot daytime. I just want like generic, yeah, lorem ipsum text dot text. And then the last one is going to be rule for R dot topic equals F dot oh, this is, so I kind of need like nested fakers because the topic is its own thing. So how do I do that? How do I combine fakers together? Well, I guess it's as simple as just calling the one inside the other, probably, right? Custom instantiator. Add composability for a complex collection. Oh, okay, yeah. So it doesn't even use this. Okay, yeah, so I can do that. So then we'll come up here and we'll just make another faker. You're a faker, man. Topic. Then we'll define a bunch of rules here. Rule 4 B dot working title suggestion. F does lorem dot text. Like that. Okay, and then we just have to define that for all the other properties. It's no big deal, you know? It's no big deal. Sorry, guys, I wasn't paying attention to code. What are your favorite type of shrooms? If I had to pick a favorite mushroom, it would be portobello. The big old like circular caps that you get at the grocery store. Yeah, I like portobello mushrooms. Is every project you build live posted in your GitHub? Pretty much. Pretty much anything I've ever written in code for the most part is on my GitHub. This repo is linked in the description of my stream, so if you want to find it there, I can share it with you in the this is the current branch we're working on. Let's see, at creatives, there you go. Here you are. Yep. Do I like Sam Hogan? I don't even think I know who that is. Sam Hogan? Sam Hogan is a game developer who has created several games, including Cells and Stick With It. I guess I'm not a fan because I don't know who he is. Or I guess it's not that I don't like him, though, you know? I'm sure he's a perfectly nice, reasonable human being. I'm not deep. I'm just not deep in like the. I'm not deep in like the indie game space. You know, I pretty much, as a gamer, I pretty much play AAA titles. You know, Battlefield, uh, Call of Duty, a lot of first-person shooters, Minecraft, Fortnite. You know, like I don't play a ton of like indie dev games. Um, Not that I'm sure they're great games. It's just never been something I've done. Sharihar? Sorry if I butchered your name, man. I'm sorry. What are you working on? We're working on building. So we're doing two things at the same time. We're learning how to use the agent framework to build, to basically incorporate AI into applications using this framework. And then at the same time as we're learning that, I'm trying to build a helpful application using that framework that helps it basically act like a ghostwriter for my blog. So at the end of the day, my hope is that I have a little CLI tool that when I have an idea for a blog, I can open up my terminal, I can say Casper, and it will spin up my app. Casper will do an interview of me. It'll say, like, what do you want to write about? Okay, I need this, I need a few more pieces of information. Help me understand what it is you want me to communicate. Like basically act like your personal ghostwriter. Then after I answer the initial set of questions or satisfy the LLM with my answers, that it will then go off and produce kind of a rough draft for me that I can then take and iterate on and make my own. So that's what we're working on. We've been working on this for 2 weeks. Let's see, Agent Framework when was Agent Framework published? I think it was released like 2 weeks ago. Let's see. How far does this repo history go back? Well, I guess the repo history probably goes back longer than it was public. Right? They probably just were developing it privately. Let me see if I can find the blog post where it was announced. Agent Framework blog post Microsoft. I think they announced it on their dev blogs. Yeah, here we go. October 2nd. So we've been working on this for like 3 weeks almost now. Yeah, October 1st. October 1st. Yeah, but I don't think I found out about it until the next week. The week of the 8th? No, that's not right. It's only been 2 weeks, right? Because I went on my trip to Nashville, and I was gone for a week. No, that's right. Yeah, because we started working on it before I left for Nashville, I think on the 1st, which was a Wednesday. Then I was gone for that next week. Yeah, so count it 2 weeks or so, 2.5 weeks. But we need to wrap it up. The reason why we need to wrap it up is because, and to be honest, it basically is in a usable state. Like I can use it to do the thing I want it to do. I've just been trying to polish it up and add tests and do evaluations and stuff. But we have to kind of wrap it up because starting in November, I'm going to become a Go developer full time. Minecraft is AAA. I thought it was indie. Well, I think it was originally, right? It was developed by one fella, but then it got bought, right? And now it's owned by Microsoft, right? So I guess I was thinking, probably AAA isn't a good. Is mainstream a better description? You know? I guess what I trying to communicate is like I'm not super in the zeitgeist of like the Sam Hogans of the world, right? So the fact that I don't know who Sam Hogan is not a good proxy, right? For it's not. CK, thanks for the subscription. Fernando, thanks for subbing. It's not a good proxy for like if Sam is well known or popular. This is not. it's like me asking you if you know who Eric Cressy is, or if you know who Mike Boyle is, right? These are people that are really big in the fitness world, but like obviously you're probably not deep in that world. So creatives, since you have experience, is it more peaceful to code because when you're starting out it's more stressful? You spend hours fixing one bug, but now you don't think, ugh, I gotta do this again. No, I don't think that feeling ever goes away. The ugh, I gotta do this again. Um, I think when you're, I think when you're first learning to code, the stressful bit that you feel is largely because you just don't know what to do next. And for most people who are self-taught, they don't have like a, they don't have like a person right on their hip that's like there to be like, okay, you're stuck. Let me help get you unstuck, right? And so then you find yourself down this rabbit hole of taking error messages from your terminal and pasting them into Google, hoping to God that somebody has had your same issue before and has posted something on Stack Overflow. Or in today's world, you're hoping that somebody's answer got into the training data that went into Gemini or ChatGPT. So I think that's what drives a lot of the stress in the early days if you're self-taught, because you just feel like you're kind of on an island to yourself, and then you run into, inevitably, when you start building your own projects and you're not just following tutorials, you end up running into errors that are sort of unique to you and unique to what you're building and what your circumstances are. And so then it's like, oh, I've got no one to lean on. I've got no one to turn to that I can, And so I think that's why getting plugged into some sort of a community can be helpful, whether that be a virtual one like a Discord server or a real one like meetups. I think those are super helpful when you're early learning to code. And then I think the stress, I think when you get deeper into your journey and you feel pretty much more confident about your ability to solve problems, I think the stress, or maybe the dread, because kind of what you described there is more of dread. It's not really stress. It's like, ugh, I don't want to, I don't want to solve. I don't want to have to spend 5 hours debugging this one issue, right? I think when you're deeper in your coding journey, that comes from a desire of, that comes out of the fact that you already know what it takes to solve complex issues. So you're, so you have this like almost like trauma. I'm using that in quotes. I'm not using that like as in the real sense of what the word means, because that, that is serious. But I'm using it in the sense that like you have these flashbacks to that night that you were up till 2 a.m. only to find out that a semicolon wasn't in the right place in some file 3 files away from what you were working on, right? But for the most part, I just find coding and problem solving relatively peaceful. Like I find it an enjoyable activity. It's kind of like some people like to do how some people like to do puzzles. What do they call them? Puzzle pieces. It's like 250 piece puzzle, or like 1,000 piece puzzles. People like to sit down and do these things, and they find it relaxing, and it's kind of therapeutic, and it's calming. For me, writing code is a lot like that, right? It's something. You have this idea of the thing you want to build, and it's just about solving a lot of little problems, filling in this corner, filling in that corner, until you get the complete picture. And for the most part, I'm building stuff for me, so I'm not beholden to some timeline. I'm not in a rush to do something. I don't have to make it the way somebody else wants it. It can be exactly what I want, and it can do exactly what I want it to do. So I find it to be a very, very enjoyable hobby. Okay, I think now what I can do down here is I can say fn topic brief dot generate, like that, which means then up here I just need to fill in all these others. So I can say rule for B dot. We have working title suggestion. Let's see, target audience. I'm just gonna make these all basically the same rule. We're just gonna generate a bunch of bogus text because it really doesn't matter. Okay, so we have working title suggestion. We have target audience. We have desired core thesis, desired tone and voice, and then we also have call to action. I think those are the 5 things that you have to pass as parameters to the constructor. Where were we? Oh, this is not my test class. Yeah. So then what we should be able to do is we should be able to say var interviewer response equals test data factory dot interview agent response dot generate, like this. And that should just give us one of those objects according to whatever we've defined in here. That's what should happen. Did I spell something wrong? Oh, because I have to serialize it. So, because that needs to be text. So then I'll say var interviewer response JSON equals JSON dot serialize interviewer. And honestly, this is probably a pattern that I'm going to repeat multiple times, so that probably needs to be abstracted to some sort of shared method. But let's see if this works. Let me debug this really quick. So let's set a breakpoint here. Whoops, I didn't mean to run it. It's just going to fail. I meant to debug it. TD. There we go. An exception of type missing method exception, but was not handled. Cannot dynamically create an instance of type. Fuck. Damn it. No parameterless constructor defined. So is that really a limitation of Bogus? I have to have parameterless constructors? Or does that mean I just need to use the custom instantiator? ChatGPT is my ally. I think ChatGPT is a lot of people's ally. I've been seeing a lot of content on LinkedIn and TikTok where people are crashing out over the fact that they've run into their Claude usage limits. So I think AI has become quite a popular way for people to get their work done. So I don't think you're the only one. I'm now adding talk to speech narrator. I'm too broke to hire voice actor. The text to speech isn't too bad. The text to speech for are you using some sort of AI tool or some sort of one of those LLM services or LLM providers like OpenAI's Whisper? What are you using for the text to speech? Does Whisper do text to speech? OpenAI text to speech. No, Whisper does the other. It's the other one. Whisper does the other way. Audio to text. I don't know what it is. I just found it. Wonderful. Yeah, wonderful. I think on Azure they call it. Azure has a service like that, and I know there's a company called 11 Labs that does that. I've heard Lex Friedman on his podcast talk about using them to do things like that. Okay, so I guess we need to add I don't know what we need to do here. I know what we need to do. It's just I don't want to do it. So basically, because topic brief, and I think because the interview agent response doesn't have a public constructor, what we have to do is we have to say .custom instantiator, I think is what you have to do, and then we have to pass in the faker class. And then what we do, we have to say new interview agent response. And then what we can do in here is we can actually new up our response. So that we're basically all the things that we have here, we're going to move into here. So we're going to say f.pick random bool. And then we'll have another call. Sorry guys, all the small vertical window kind of forces me to wrap everything. f.lorem.text, and then we'll do the same thing we did up above where we reference our topic brief generator .generate, and we get rid of all this, and then we do the same thing here. So we'll have to go to topic brief, and we'll have to do custom instantiator, pass in the faker, new, and then we need to put all this down here, and then we basically just need to take all of these lorem ipsum calls and just repeat them again and again. f.lorem.text like this. I think there's 5 parameters here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh man, that's a lot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Might be a code smell there. All right, now, so this, we actually need to, create an array. So does Faker have like a way to create a collection of things? You know, like I want like a list. I want like a list of lorem ipsum text is what I want here. Bogus. generate list of fake text. Gun highs. Lambda functions. Love them. Yeah, they do look nice. Lambdas look nice, don't they? Especially in C#. Man, I haven't been to Stack Overflow in a while. Okay, f.make. And then you tell it how many times and what to do. Okay, f.make. And I want to make, let's just make one. I don't really care. One. And then we'll say f.lorem.text. I'd have to wrap this. Another call. Cannot convert from system blah 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 blah. Okay. And we can use the spread and collection initial. Okay, so now we shouldn't have that error. Now let's try. So TD. Occurred. The array is empty. There are no items to select. What? Did I not read the... Did I not read the answer correctly? Well, I guess I can do it the unpeeling way. I can just do new string array, pass in f.lorem.text. Not online much, but so far my project is absolute shite. Well, that's not good. So that my issue wasn't there. I need to read the error messages. My issue wasn't with what I was doing up here. My issue was with what I was doing down here. This call between pick random. Like that. As you can tell, I use Bogus a lot. You know, I'm an expert at using that library, as you can see from the stream. There we go. Okay, so now all that, 30 minutes later, we have excuse me, we have a fake object here. Need more empty info true. Bunch of random text in our question, which is what we wanted, and then our topic should have a bunch of random. What does the JSON look like? This is the problem with debugging in a vertical screen, and there's our JSON representation. Okay, cool. I think this will work actually. So if we continue on, I think this test might pass. Yeah, that test is going to pass, but sometimes this test is going to fail because when we're creating our fake interview response, we're just randomly picking between true and false. But I think what we want to do is in this case, we want it to always be true for this test. So I think when I think when I generate, I can overwrite. I mean, obviously I can just set the property. Let's see, bogus. After all rules are applied, finish with the following action. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know you could do that. I've never done that before. Okay, so is there a way to control the generate after you define the faker? Let's see. C#. I'm still getting used to how to search in this new browser. C# bogus override rule during generate call. I don't know if that's possible. I guess not. They probably just expect you to. Yeah, I'm guessing they just expect you to set it to whatever you want. Like in this case, what I can do is I can technically say test data factory interview, and I can say generate, and then because I'm using records, I can also say with, and I can just say needs more info, should always be true. So basically what I'm doing here is I'm actually creating an interview response from the test factory, and then I'm creating a new, because I'm using the with keyword, I'm basically saying make a copy of this value, and in the copied version set need more info to true is what I'm basically doing. So now this basically should pass no matter what. Yep, there we go. Actually, hold on. Should this pass? No, this should fail because this technically should be a success. It should be. Oh no, it should be failure. It should be failure, and then it should be result.error. No, result as failure dot error. No, exception. Is that what I called it? Exception dot should be of type question. That's what this should be. Did that pass? Let's see. Nope, it did not pass. Expected type Casper console.interview.question, but found system.exception. Interesting. Oh, maybe I want is dot is be assignable to, maybe is what I want. Asserts that the object is assignable to a variable of type question. Okay. Obviously, I'm confused about my own code here. Oh, I think it's because I shouldn't be doing that, right? Yeah, I should be doing this. Sorry, guys. I should be doing this. Question equals new question. I should be doing this. This is why you write tests, because so you figure out what you've done implemented wrong compared to your expectation. So I think now if I come back over here, where's my test go? There we go. Now I think if I come back over here and I say be of type, there we go. Success! Zen is the best. I love it. Yeah, I mean, I'm getting used to it. It's the way I have it set up right now. I have a habit of always going up here to look for the address bar, but the address bar is over here. And then I'm still getting into the habit of the address bar popping up middle of the browser like that. That's also something I'm getting more used to. You don't realize how many subconscious habits you have about the way you use your tools, like your browser, your editor, your terminal, until you switch, and then you're like, oh shit, that button doesn't do what I thought it did or what it used to do now. Let's see. JD, 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 HFJB, GDG, JD. Hello? I missed a few streams. Your schedule is so convenient that I can only watch on weekends. Ah, man, I'm sorry about that. Yeah, it's kind of shitty that I moved the stream. How did you like the Zen browser? Oh yeah, I liked it. Yeah, I think it's a great browser. I love that it's looks super minimal, right? Like right now, I'm only showing the web page. No top bar, no sidebar, no nothing. I love that. So I've been trying to stick with it and use it. It's just I need to develop habits. So have vertical tabs and the address bar on the top. No, I think I like the positioning of everything. It's just I need to get used to it, you know. And I need to break some of those habits that I'm carrying over from Edge. But I'm okay with the layout. Yeah, falling in love with C#. Well, that's wonderful to hear. Somebody's fallen in love with C#. That's kind of my pet project, you know. In addition to like, you know, making content on the channel, my little pet project is, can I slowly evangelize C# to people who are non C# devs? I don't know. I just feel like it has a really bad rap, and if people gave it a shot, they'd actually find that they really like it. Especially given how popular TypeScript is. I feel like if people really enjoy writing TypeScript, they would like C#. They just have to give it a chance. Tired of's here. Hello, Tired of. Zen is dog water, just a skinned Firefox. Well, isn't it made by the same people that made Firefox? I don't know anything about the origins of the Zen browser. Primarily created by Maruo V in this it's developed by an open source community. But I guess they, like you said, they use Firefox as the base. So it's a fork of Firefox. I don't know, man. I like it. I'm okay with Firefox too. I don't know. I'm not too opinionated, obviously. Like I used Edge for the last 3 years, you know. So I'm not too opinionated on the browser wars. My, you guys know what I'm gonna say, right? You know what I'm gonna say. This is what I'm gonna say. Let's see, view channel. Go to the posts. We're gonna scroll down here. So it's in here somewhere. We're scrolling. We're scrolling. We're scrolling. We're scrolling some more. Shit. Did I not post this on? There we go. This is what I'm gonna tell you to do. Just use the things you enjoy. If you think Zen's dog water, never touch it. If you think Edge is dog water, never touch it. Same thing goes for your IDs. Yeah, use the stuff you like. Artwork Studios. I forgot you have posts. Yeah, I try to use every little bit of the YouTube channel functionality just to kind of have experience with it, you know? I know the posts don't really get shown to a lot of people. It's not really something that really is a big part of the YouTube experience, but I like using it every now and then. C# is the only language that gets easier the more you scale. I think it does scale up really well. A lot of people, though, kind of crap on C# in the .NET world because obviously there's a very big influence. I think that the same thing happens in Java. There's a very big influence from clean code and design patterns in those ecosystems, right? So a lot of people, like, when they see a .NET code base or a C# code base, they kind of revolt at all the indirection and object-oriented and abstraction, and there's usually a lot of obfuscation of what certain things are doing. And if you come from like a functional paradigm, you kind of, I think people kind of like throw up in their mouth a little bit when they see all that. So I understand some of the criticisms against C# and Java and some of these more like enterprisey languages, but I think the benefit of using a language like C# is it scales up and down pretty well, right? So you can use it to build really large complex things. You can use it to write really high level app level code. You can use it to write really low level, performant code. If you want to implement a database in C#, you can. If you want to build a static website in C#, you can, right? So it's like spans the gamut. Obviously, I would never force someone to write C# or try C#, but if I could encourage more people to give it a chance, that would be a win. Yes, it's a fork, just cosmetics, fluff, and zero real development work. Oh man, you tired of you're really opinionated on that one. I'm sure they did some amount of development work. I mean, it can't be zero. Like if we get a git diff of the repos, I'm sure there's some amount of additional work they did. So it can't be zero. You know what they say about talking in absolutes? It's not good. If you ever get married, the two words you don't ever want to use are never and always. Don't use those words. Never and always. They're bad. They're bad words. Cosmetic fluff is still development work. Yeah. Yeah. That's what I was kind of getting at, was like, who made you the arbiter of what real development is? Have you used essentials and pins? I really haven't used any of the functionality in here besides the what is it, Zen mode? Yeah, that's the only thing I've really used is the Zen mode functionality. I have browsers, some extensions set up like Bitwarden for my password management, and I think this is so that I can trace. I do a lot. Sometimes I have to do a lot of debugging of like SAML responses in the browser, so I have a SAML tracer here for like single sign-on stuff. But yeah, I haven't gone very deep into it beyond that. Somebody, Suhas, was recommending a couple mods or extensions the other day, and I haven't got around to trying those out. Hey Dismal, how are you? What's up, dude? Fork IDs not mean it's bad? Yeah, I mean, I guess is that, do people look at cursor and say, ah, there's just a bunch of cosmetic? I mean, all those agentic IDEs that people are making, right? They're just building on top of what the VS Code team did. Yeah, sorry, Dismal. I moved the stream, so I moved the stream to 4:15 Central Time. May I mainly did that so that, excuse me, sorry, I don't know why I keep yawning. I mainly did that so that I could have more extended Nahan Tron. Thanks for Tran. Thanks for subscribing. I mainly did that Dismal so that I could have more uninterrupted time to stream and write code. Because what I found was during the day, if I streamed over lunch, that gave me about an hour. And so, like, right as I was picking up on writing code, I'd have to stop. Not that I'm the most productive writing code even in the mornings, but I just wanted more uninterrupted stretches of time. So I moved it to early in the morning. So I basically wake up, feet hit the floor, brush my teeth, run a comb through my hair, grab my espresso, and then come down to my office and fire up the stream. And then normally I stream till about 7 a.m. during the week because that's when my kids wake up for school. And then on the weekends I'll usually go a little bit longer, just until I basically hear people waking up upstairs, and then I'll hop off. Tired of, mate, you could make yourself Firefox look like Zen in a day with a custom theme. Yeah, but you're tired of your assumption is that I want to spend a day working on a custom theme. I don't want to spend a fucking day working on a custom theme. I just want the experience that Zen provides without doing any effort. So I don't like, this is like you're what you just said is exactly, you sound exactly like people who are like, well, you could just self-host an LLM. Well, you, you could just create your own private cloud. Like, yeah, you could do all these things, but do people want to take the time, effort, money to actually do them? Right? Like, both paths are equally valid. So I don't know what the deal is, tired of, but the last 3 or 4 days that you've popped into my stream, you've been salty, man, and it's making me salty. Essentials and pins are built-ins at the top of the tab list, which stay on the top, e.g., pinning a GitHub repo. Oh, that's cool. So, like, well, like, for example, we could do. Oh, you know what I could pin? Because people ask me about this quite a bit. I just want to see what you're talking about, like how it shows up. People ask me about my, what is it, my Oh My Posh theme? Yeah, this guy. So what you're saying is I can pin this and it will show up at the top. So how do I pin it? Is it a bookmark? I'm guessing it's different than a bookmark, right? Yeah, I don't understand how I do a pin tab. Yeah, sound can make a difference, can it? I actually watched there's a new movie on Netflix. Sound makes a big difference in experiences, visual experiences. I watched this new movie on Netflix. It's called House of Dynamite. I know some people say it's not very good. Where was it? But I thought it was good. Yeah, this guy right here. Can you guys see that? Yeah, House of Dynamite. This was crazy good. It and the audio in it, like it gets you kind of like anxious. You feel like you're in the moment with these people. It's real good. But yeah, sound makes a big difference in experiences. Yes, Suhas, more coffee. I'm gonna pin that one. uh, it's okay, don't worry. I know I know that you guys understand that I have a life, and I understand that you guys have a life, Dismal. But I do feel bad because I was on one schedule, and then I just kind of like hard pivoted to the other schedule without really a heads up. So I appreciate you guys though still checking in and trying to stop by when you can. Tired of it's a low effort project. Yeah, I don't care how much effort is. I saw effort that I don't want to put forth. Hey, tired of. How about this? A kid is a low effort project. How about that? All right, like I mean, it's arbitrary. Low effort is an arbitrary distinction on a relative scale, right? Like raising one kid is low effort compared to raising five children. It's like I don't. This is first of all, it's a dumb description or dumb adjective, and second of all, I don't understand why you feel that you're the ultimate arbiter of what is and isn't worthy of people's effort or time. Other mouse button on the tab, there's a pin button somewhere. Okay, I'll check it. I'll look for that. Oh yeah, I've been using Zen for a while now. Just drag the tab to the top. Oh, let me try that. Oh no. Did I? Whatever I did, it did not work. uh... As you can tell, I'm an expert user of browsers. Hold on, what did I do just now? Oh, I see what it did. Oh, there you go. Pin tab. Oh, so it just puts it up top? That's kind of cool, I guess. I don't know, though, if I have need for that. Like, do you guys just clutter up with a bunch of pins like that? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I like that. I guess I guess that could be useful for some things, a quick reference. So if you have your browser open for long periods of time and you're constantly switching back and forth between something. Just above the URL bar or the spaces bit. Yeah, I mean that's. I think I see what I see what you guys are talking about. I don't know if I'll get much use out of that, but I think it's a cool browser. I think it's cool that there are different browsers now, right? For most of my adult life, there's been Chrome, some Microsoft thing, Firefox. You know, when I started using computers in school, it was Internet Explorer, and then when I was in high school, we had Mac computers, so it was Safari. And then for most of my adult life, it's just basically been Chrome, you know? So it's kind of cool to see other people trying to take on this idea of what a browser is. I think it's interesting. Oh, the other thing I need to do in this test that we wrote is I need to make sure that my that the mock context is actually called. So what we'll do is we'll come down here and we'll say underscore mock context dot verify. This is how you do this in mock. In substitute has a similar API. So you can say verify m dot send. Oh, not mock agent. Sorry, mock context. You can say m dot. This is just kind of an easy way you can check to make sure like there was the side effect that you were expecting to happened. So we can say it. Well, actually, we can just pass in the result. No, the result dot question. So we'll say var failure equals result dot as failure like this. Then we can say failure dot exception like that. And then we also want to make sure it's called with a cancellation token. Let's see. What's the signature? What's the signature? Object. And it should be the same. It should be the same cancellation token. All right, let's try to run this again. Yep. So now we know that the context that's passed into our handle async function, we know that whenever it fails, we're going to emit that message, which is important. That's how the rest of our executors in our node can react to things. And then now we just need to do the happy path. So if the interviewer doesn't need more info, right? If it's able to deserialize it, it doesn't need more info, then it should just return okay, and it should return the topic brief. And interviewer is satisfied. It should return topic brief like that. At least we aren't stuck with IE. Yeah, true that. I mean, I'm sure Microsoft wasn't happy about that them losing the browser wars, but I'm okay with it. Suhas, bro, I get you. Arch way better and more customizable and way better than Omarchi, but some people just prefer the simplicity of Omarchi because they don't care about customizability. Yeah, I don't think it's so much that people don't care about customizability. I think it's the same thing with why people use what is the NeoVim thing that people use now for getting their base configuration set up? Let's see, NeoVim config framework. Yeah, NVim Chad is one, but there's another one that's like, there's a couple different ones out there now that people will start with, right? And that's, I think, what people want. People want like good, solid default starter, and then the ability to customize everything to their heart's content. And so I think that's why Omarchi wins, is because, or is winning for a lot of people, is because out of the box, it looks really nice, it works well, but they have the ability to change it to their heart's content, right? That's it's the blank again. We're back to the blank slate problem, right? Looking at a blank slate is not fun, right? People are much better at reacting to something, right? They're much better. Like when I was a food developer, when I was developing food products, I learned very quickly that when you go to a meeting with marketing or you go to a meeting with a client or customer, you do not want to walk in empty-handed, and you do not want to say, oh, okay, you guys want to develop a cheese stick or an onion ring? Well, what do you guys want? Because we can do anything you want, right? We can do any kind of coating, any kind of particulate, right? Any kind of flavor, we can make it happen. It's just too overwhelming. They don't even know. They don't know what all the options are. They don't know what all the possibilities are, so they can't actually articulate it. But if you walk in with like 5 to 10 samples that illustrate capability, you get much better feedback, because people can say, I don't like the color of that thing, I don't like the taste of this one, I don't like the texture of that one. And so it's much easier for people to start giving you helpful feedback. And I think that's a perfect example of why frameworks are very popular, and then why those frameworks need to have a lot of customizability to them, because inevitably once people start having an opinion, if they can't customize something, they become very frustrated with it. Why did you call me Suhas? Oh, did I? I don't think I did. If I did, I apologize. I didn't mean to call you it. Suhas. Lazy Vim? Oh, yeah. Okay, that's it then. Lazy Vim. Exactly. Some people just want the work done. Yeah. Somebody took big ol' issue with Tiredof's comment about Zen versus Firefox. I'm pulling Zen Firefox source right now. I'll diff it, and if it's not a lot of difference, I will tell you. Oh man, you're going all out. I don't even I don't even lift a finger to support my disagreement with Tiredov. I just disagree. Vaisha Nav, I think. Sorry, I don't. If I mess up your username, I apologize. Sir, I need to learn PHP. What are the things I need to learn in PHP web development? I'm sorry, man. I've never written a line of PHP. I do hear though that the Laravel community is a wonderful group of people. Some of the nicest people in the web development space, I hear, are in the Laravel community. So what I would recommend is maybe finding yourself over to the Laravel Discord or wherever those folks hang out, and try to see if they can't offer some advice. From a web development perspective, though, you're going to want to learn HTML, CSS, JavaScript, right? You're going to want to understand probably the basics of like REST conventions when it comes to making API calls over HTTP, like put, post, get, all that kind of stuff. You probably want to get really comfortable with working with JSON, data that's serialized as JSON, because that's kind of the serialization language of the web these days. What else, folks? What else would be good, just generic development advice? Yeah, I think that's pretty good generic. The PHP specific stuff is going to be more about what you do on the back end, right? And then you're probably going to want to figure out what the best web framework is for your PHP community, which I'm guessing a lot of people are going to say Laravel, but You're going to want to sort that out. Yeah, I wish I could be more help than that, but that's all I've got for you, man. Like balance wheels. They are not bad. They just help you get in the right direction, get you a better start. Is that what you mean, Stephen? Yes, that's kind of, yeah, that's a perfect way to put it. I just don't think a lot of people want to start from a blank slate, right? I don't think a lot of people have the vision. Like, I don't think a lot of people can do what DHH did. I don't think a lot of people can have this vision of, let me take Arch, let me take some GUI, some support for a graphical interface, and let me wire this all together, and let me start making a pretty GUI. Like, not a lot of people can have a vision and have an opinion that a lot of other people like or find pleasing. And so that's a unique skill, right? So that's why we have framework authors. That's why we have people that do that type of work, and we all benefit from it because we get inspired and take inspiration from what those people put out. So somebody can look at what DHH has done with Omarchi. I think I'm saying that wrong, right? I could be saying it completely wrong. And that is their entry point, right? And then they can take it from there and make it their own. Yeah, I hope the PHP, I hope my web development device was helpful. I apologize, I don't have anything more specific to that exact language. Gun. Hey, what's up, Gun? Test, let's go. Yes, test, let's go. We can basically copy this. There's probably a way to make this data-driven too, by the way. Whenever you can copy a lot of code like that, it's probably a good indication that you can make this test-driven. So result should be of type success. Actually, it should be of type success topic brief like this. And then we should be able to say success equals result as a success of topic brief. Does this return, like if I say var success, does this return me anything? No. It just allows me to chain other assertions off of it. Then we can come down here and we can say success dot value should be of type topic brief. And actually, what we can actually do is we should be able to say success dot value should be same as whatever our topic brief is that we pass in. So we'll say with true, and then the other thing we'll do here is we'll say with, and we'll say var topic brief equals test data factory dot topic brief dot generate like this. And then we'll come down here and we'll say topic brief. Do we not have a topic equals topic brief like that? Okay, I think this will work. Famous last words. Am I asking way too many questions? No, I don't think you're asking too many questions. Sorry. Hold on, let me see. Oh, these are records. So I think it's actually, I don't want it to be same as, I want it to be equivalent to. Nice. Awesome. Cool. Also, do I need to, can I make this type simpler? No, I have to explicitly say that. Okay, I think we covered all the cases in that method. I know it just took me 2 hours of coding on a Saturday morning to write 3 tests. I had fun doing it though. That's what counts. Oni-chan D's. Oni-chan D's. Yo, Freeborn, how's your weekend coming up? Oh, my weekend's going good, man. Yeah, we're getting started. We're getting coffee. Actually, we need to go get more coffee is what we need to do. Sorry guys, I fell behind on the chat here. That's why I put opinionated in my console formatter and my GUI system docs. Yeah, I will say, Dismal, I think it's okay to be opinionated if, right, if you allow customization. That's the problem I think with some things is, like, I think that's like Mac OS is is a good example, right? Or Windows. Mac OS and Windows are a good example to the Omarchi conversation because Omarchi is opinionated but allows customization, which is I think is what the developer community love, right? So I think it's okay to be opinionated in your approach to things as long as you allow users to have an escape hatch when they want it or need it. Steven, any advice on how to be a better human? I was talking to an actor the other day in my gym. I was asking him advice on how to look better. He said the first 7 out of 10 is looks, then the next 3 is behavior and how you present yourself. I just wanted to know what you think about it. Let's see, how to become a better human? I think becoming a better human is kind of like after you get over like the basic things like be honest, be decent to other people, treat people with kindness, treat people the way you want it. Like after you get over those like basic things, being a better human is largely contextual to like what it is you want to do, right? What do you want your life's work to be? What do you want to be known for? What would you like them to write on your tombstone or say at your funeral? I think those kinds of questions help answer like what direction you should drive your self-development and your time spent here on Earth towards. For me, I would be happy if people wrote on my headstone when I died, loving husband and beloved father. You know, those if that was all that was left of me when my time comes to an end, I'll be a happy man. That's tired of. I hope tired of, and I don't even know how to refer to you. Jay, maybe is what I'll say. Jay, and tired of going back and forth on the Zen and Firefox debate. It's peak internet vibes. What the fuck? The download size is like 300 times bigger, but the source size is identical. Oh, that's weird. Steven, so before I go for the day, should I work on health system or post-processing? I think the health system sounds way more fun. So do that. Do the fun thing. It's the weekend. Should work never means will work. Yeah. Yeah, I guess I guess the should in that sentence is doing a lot of the heavy lifting. There's a big hedge there. C# was my gateway drug to Java. Oh, nice. Okay, I need to. So I've never written any Java, but I love coffee, so I feel like I'm obligated at some point to learn Java. So maybe I'll have a similar story to tell in a year or two. Now I'm hooked on putting JavaScript on the server. JavaScript is fun to write. TypeScript and JavaScript are a blast to write. I'm thinking devoted father to both his children and his fans. Yeah, no, I just, I just as long as yeah, I mean I love my family, I love my kids. Yeah, I could die, I don't want to die soon, but if I was to die tomorrow, I would die a happy and wealthy man. I've gotten to know my kids and be with them for a lot of years and spend lots of time with my wife, and everything else is now just kind of icing on the cake, Ra- Rafayette Taub, or maybe Raphael Taub. Sorry, I don't know why I say things weird sometimes. I'm sorry. Thank you for the subscription, man. I appreciate it. All right, you mind if I go upstairs, guys, and get one more cup of coffee, and then maybe we'll power through maybe a few more tests before we get to 8 o'clock? I think that's my plan. So if not, if you guys need to go, I totally understand. But I think I'm gonna get up out of the chair one more time and then go from there. Bro, I want you to Google Java. They drink, it's really good protein drink. It's been used in Indian culture for generations. It's helpful if you don't have time to eat and want to lose weight. Java? Is it purple? Is the color of that drink purple, Suhas? Wealth does not equal money. It's also time, love, passion, overall happiness. Oh, yeah, for sure. I always say that. Like, I mean, I look at my, like yesterday, I was working from home and my kids and my wife all stayed home from school. And we were all in the living room, and I was looking around and I was like, I mean, I'm a wealthy man. You know what I mean? Like, my kids are healthy. My wife's healthy. Sure, I wish there was a few more zeros in my bank account, but I think that's part of one of the keys to life is trying to find a way to balance both being content and ambitious. And the better you can find balance between those two things, I think the less frustrated you feel generally. It's gray. Huh. I searched Java Indian drink. Oh, I found it. Never mind. But this says Raji malt. Is that what we're talking about? Raji malt? I'll put it in the chat. Is that what we're talking about? Wait, I can't find myself the drink I was talking about. Maybe it's called something else in English. Yeah, maybe. Just send it if you find it. Just send it in the Discord. I'd be curious to know. It's kind of gray purpley. Yeah. Is it? I think this is what you guys are talking about. This is what you guys are talking about. If this is not what y'all are talking about, just drop it in the Discord, because I would be curious to give it a look-see. How do I do like a multi-line comment in PowerShell? PowerShell multi. It's not a backtick. It's think it's a is it a backslash? Oh no, it is a backtick. Okay. No, that's not it. Is it? Oh no, I guess it is. Okay. Maybe I just was doing it wrong. There we go. Let's see. Be right back. Went to get another coffee. Why doesn't that work for me? There we go. It would probably be easier if I just built a be right back screen, but I don't care. Yes. Most of my stream is getting coffee. I just think it's funny if like people scroll by, you know, like they scroll by my stream multiple times in a day, and it's just it's just me with this message up on the screen. All right, I'll be right back. I have diffed Firefox and Zen Source. Oh, have you really? Nice. I like rice. I do like rice. Hey, what's up, Raphael? How are you? Good to see you, man. Thanks for subbing. Appreciate having you here. I'm gonna run and get some coffee right quick, but I'll be back if you want to chat. All right, BRB. You guys are still here. I appreciate you guys. I always get up and fully expect to come back to just like 0 viewer count. Appreciate you guys sticking around though. Oh yeah, I just saw Raphael join my Discord. For those of you who are new here, if you're not in our Discord is really the best place to interact with us outside of, when I say us, I mean me and chat. That's the best place you can to find us away from the stream in the mornings. Or I guess I should say when we're not streaming in the mornings, or at least morning my time. Jay is still combing through the diff of, I think, tired of left. So Jay, if you're tired of doing that, I don't think you need to continue to investigate if you'd like to move on with your morning or your day, depending on what time it is for you. All right, so let's see. We've got we did unit tests for interviewer, and then now we can implement a test for our researcher. So let's add a new folder, call it research. And, oh, that already exists. Of course it does, because past Steven was trying to do the right thing, and past Steven was probably trying to write the test before he did the implementation, like he probably should have. And then at some point he must have got distracted and just forgot. Or purposely avoided it. Research. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but isn't VS Code just a nice looking browser? It's such a nice. I mean, NeoVim is a lot of fun, but VS Code sure does look nice. Especially, don't they have a Zen mode in VS Code now? Yeah, but that doesn't actually look very good. I wish there was a way that you could just is there a way to do that? Let's see. VS Code. Just show editor. Let's see, Control J. No, that's not it. Maybe it's full. Is it full screen? Toggle full screen. Full. Yeah, that's not what I want, because I want full screen, but I want this half, and I don't want to see the tab on top, and I don't want to see the top bar. Sure is a nice looking editor though. Control Shift P, toggle menu bar. Nope, that's not it. Oh, I guess you can do it with custom styling rules, but I guess this is minimal as you can get from an appearance perspective. I don't need all these buttons though. I do not need all these. Okay. Public class researcher tests. And this is going to have a very similar setup to the interviewer test. So we'll have a private read-only mock AI agent. Sing in the rain. Thanks for subbing, man. I appreciate you. Let's see. Hold on. Steven, did you not like that joke? Hold on. What was the joke? Sorry. I'm scrolling. Hey, what's up, Sam? How are you? Artworks US 4K video. What do you mean? We should do a 4K video? Sorry, I totally missed all these comments. 100% no scam. Okay. Wi-Fi. Okay. I'm catching up. I'm sort of getting the context. Sam's here now. That's wonderful. It's good to see you, Sam. I hope everything's going well with you. Job and non-job wise. I hope you're doing well. It's just literally identical. Nice. Job VS Code forever. Job, man. I really love NeoVim, but I don't know. I never managed to actually code well with C# in it. Pretty much any other language is all fine, though. Yeah, C#'s definitely... NeoVim is definitely not friendly to us C# folks. You've got to work hard to make it friendly. There is a group of people who are working on... what's it called? Easy.net, Raphael? I don't know if you've seen these guys. Easy.net. NeoVim. This is a project I've been trying to pay attention to because I think something like this would be very, very cool. And so they're basically just trying to get something out of the box that would be good for most C# developers. But I've been kind of like watching it from afar and seeing how much it changes and how stable it is. Because I might give this a try. I don't know if I like the fact that they're using the Roslyn LSP though, because the Roslyn LSP for NeoVim is actually kind of hacky because there isn't actually an open source Roslyn LSP. Like Microsoft doesn't provide that LSP to you. So the way people get it is kind of not super straightforward. And I guess I should be very clear when I say the Roslyn LSP isn't open source. The .NET compiler platform, which is the Roslyn compiler, is open source. It's the language server protocol that makes C# really nice to work with in VS Code. That piece of it is not. That piece of it's kind of proprietary, as I understand it. So that, like, the experience you get with the C# dev kit, recreating that in NeoVim is kind of difficult, and you kind of have to hack your way to it, is what I understand. F11? Oh, is that what you guys are talking about for the VS Code for the Zim mode? Let me try. It's kinda, but like I want to be able to put it on just half of my screen and it won't let me. I think F11 must be full screen. But I don't want my editor to span that whole window. Ideally, what I'd like to do is I'd like to just have, I don't know, maybe you guys know how to accomplish this. I'd like to be able to just look at, just this. I just want to see the text that I'm working on. I don't want to see anything up top. I don't want to see the breadcrumb. That'd be kind of cool if I could get it to do that. Raphael, what are you making, by the way? Oh, Raphael, I know you're new here. We've been working on this this kind of LLM powered app that basically acts as a. So we're using a library called Agent Framework. This is a newer framework that Microsoft dropped, and I wanted to learn this framework, like how it works and how you use it in your application. So I came up with this idea for something called Casper, which is basically like my own personal ghostwriter for creating blog content. But essentially, this is what it looks like. This is kind of the generic workflow. There's actually another agent that's not here shown in this diagram that's actually an interview agent. But this is generally what we're trying to implement at the moment. Bougie Rat. First off, nice username. Second off, thanks for subscribing. The usernames you guys come up with, they're hilarious. Let's see, private read-only researcher. And then this is going to be system under test. And this guy is going to be set in our constructor. So I'll have a public researcher tests. And then our system under test will be a new researcher, and we'll pass in our agent.object. Sorry, I was just looking at. Oh, and I also need a mock workflow. So there's actually probably an opportunity to reduce some duplication. So let's go to usings. But there's actually probably an opportunity here to deduplicate some code. So let's go to the unit tests and let's do data. Maybe I'll do an infrastructure, and we'll call this executor test. .cs, like that. And the reason to do this is what I can do, I think, is I can do namespace casper.console.tests.unit.infrastructure. Can this be? No, this needs to be a public class. Public class executor test. And then I think we can take those members that we have in the interviewer, these members here, and I think we can remove those, put those over here, and instead of them being private read-only, we can make them protected properties with a getter. God, there's a lot of noise upstairs. Hold on, guys. I gotta go up and see what's going on upstairs. There's a lot of noise up there. Make sure nobody's fighting. Alright, I'll be right back. I'm gonna just go upstairs and make sure everything is A-okay up there. Wow, CodeMonkey still hearts comments on their channel. That's nice. Yeah, it's nice when YouTube people, creators on YouTube still interact with members of their channel. I try to respond to every comment, every question. Hey, what's up, Arvin? Today, Steven is in the grind set mode. He isn't breaking his mooing streak to yap with chat. his mooing streak. I have a nephew who likes to mew. I previously used the Vercel AI SDK to build a deep search workflow. Very cool. I'll give this agent framework a look. Yeah, the agent frame, it's brand new. So if you, I know you mentioned that you're in the C# world, Raphael. So us C# folks haven't had many options when it comes to building AI or integrating AI into the .NET world. We basically had semantic kernel. That was basically it. So Microsoft took semantic kernel, which serviced .NET and Python developers, and they took another library called Autogen, which was just a Python-only library, and they basically squashed them together to come out with Agent Framework. And so that's like the new hot thing. So that's why I decided to try to build something with it. All right, I'm gonna go upstairs and just do a quick health check on the family, and then I'll be right back. I think that might be my dog. I think that's what all that noise is. It's my dog running around, but he sounds like he weighs 100 pounds. All right, be right back. Everyone's okay. It was just my dog. God, to me it sounded like the ceiling was coming down on my head. My wife was like, "Oh my God, you're so dramatic." Oh, that's what it sounded like. I'm sorry. Okay, then we should be able to do inherit from the executor tests. And now, instead of mock agent, we should be able to do mock agent. Oh, whoops. I want to replace all of them. Replace them all. There we go. And then for mock context. I should be using my Vim motions, shouldn't I, to be doing this? I want to replace the mock context. All right, quick run of the test to make sure that refactor works, but that will save me from having to repeat myself 500 million times. Pass, pass, pass. Everyone passes. Okay. We did it. So now we can come back to our research test. Researcher test. And now we don't have to do this. We can just add a inherits from executor test like this. And we have access to a mock agent. Mock. Boom. Imagine if his dog comes and starts streaming instead of him. That will be really cute. Yeah, man, all my dog wants to do is sleep and eat. He's a pretty lazy old dude. Artwork Studios, you thought health check was funny? I wondered if anyone caught that. Health check. Let's see. I'm not really tied to a single language. Doing an architecture migration in Flutter right now. At work, was doing a C# backend before. Nice. Yeah, you're all over the place, Raphael. You're a polyglot. Steven, this is code plus coffee plus chat, not just coffee plus code. Yeah, we should it would actually, so I was watching another streamer's stream the other day named Steven Blum. I don't know if you guys have heard of him. He, I think, is a CTO for a company that he founded. Let's see if I can pull him up on YouTube for you guys. Because I feel like whenever I reference another creator, I should plug them. So his name is Steven Blum, which is kind of funny because I went to school with a guy named Steven Blum that was 2 years older than me. It's not the same guy. This guy right here. Full disclosure, I haven't watched a lot of his content, so I don't want to say like I'm an uber big fan, but I found one of his live streams where he talked about, what was he doing? He was doing something where, like, during his stream, he created this little utility where, like, during his stream, he pipes the transcription, I think, of the stream to an LLM, and then he has the LLM assess what the current topic of the stream is, and then he was displaying that like on a web page. Current, just topic maybe. Yeah, this one. Using AI to build an OBS overlay showing the current topic. This was pretty cool, and so it kind of makes me think. I wonder if we could do something similar, but it shows like a pie chart of like how much of the stream did we talk about code versus just chatting about random nonsense versus drinking, or versus Steven going and getting coffee. I think that would be kind of a fun project to do. There's probably a lot of cool things we could do with AI, OBS, and just like interactivity for the stream. There's probably a lot of fun projects in there like that. But anywho, I've kind of enjoyed. I've watched like 3 or 4 of his live streams that he's been doing lately, and he's obviously a very talented and very talented and very experienced engineer, CTO, technology executive. So if you're interested in finding another content creator out there, he might be one for you. Chief technical officer is like my dream job. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where I land on the whole management thing. The higher up the chain you go, the more you're dealing with people and less with technology, you know? And so I haven't yet decided from a career perspective. I think there's part of me that would just like to continue just being a high-level individual contributor. the problem is not a lot of companies have tracks for individual contributor that go all the way up to like the executive level. You know, kind of Microsoft has this. Like Microsoft has like the principal engineer and the distinguished engineer, and then I think they even have something that's called a technical fellow. And I think Google and Amazon and all the big tech companies have similar like individual contributor tracks. But at most other companies, you sort of like as an individual contributor, you sort of top out, and then you kind of have to go into some sort of like a managerial role. And I don't know yet how I feel about that. I would love to make that. Yeah, I think that'd be cool to have. I'm not sure like how like data or bandwidth or like compute intensive something like that would be, but I think it would be kind of cool to like pipe the stream audio, I guess transcribe it, maybe send it to an LLM, and then have some sort of like time series, like store some like a time series of data that then you have some sort of worker that like is always producing like an updated graph of whatever's in that database. I don't know. It sounds like a cool project. Maybe we maybe we should take a run at that. That'd be fun, I think, to make. I need to actually capture that, or otherwise I'll forget about it. Uh, file explorer, file explorer. Things. I need to change the name of this file. This is like my running list of things to do on stream, which I've done none of in the last 2 months. Build an OBS overlay that shows in real time how much of a given stream has been spent talking about code, unrelated topics, or coffee, or Steve maybe getting coffee. I don't know how you would figure out that I was getting coffee during a portion of the stream. Maybe just look for like dead space. Anywho, kind of an interesting idea. Have you tried GitHub Spec Kit? It's a spec-driven development workspace. GitHub Spec Kit. I haven't. But I'm not sure I know what spec-driven development workspace. Oh. Grand Admiral Thrawn. First of all, nice username. Second of all, this is like the latest hotness when it comes to AI-driven development. We don't use instructions anymore. We don't use prompts anymore. We give the AI specs. Which I think is so funny because in traditional software engineering, we've been giving developers specs for years. And I don't know about you guys, but how well does that work? How many times does somebody misinterpret a spec or miss a detail in a spec? How many times does a spec become outdated and somebody forgot to update the spec? Tego Mali, hello, just got on. What have you done today? We basically have been writing tests all day, Tego. That's basically it. Just writing tests. I like people and technology. I'm very rare and special, I know. Well, I like people and technology, but I don't think I like managing people. I tend to be kind of a hard ass, like when it comes to work. Like, my opinion is like you should be organized and professional and on time. I shouldn't have to like tell you to do things more than a couple times. You should be a go-getter. I would expect people to be people that can get up and go, can be self-directed. Like I don't know if I'd be the ideal boss for a lot of people. So I don't know. Maybe people would like having a boss that's fired up and engaged and wants them to be the same way, but we'll see. I don't know. I'm 32, so I've got at least 20 more years probably of work ahead of me. I'd like to be in a position where work is sort of optional by 52. So we'll see. We'll see where the world takes me. If AI if AI takes all these coding related gigs, I might have to figure out a new career at some point. Steven, please, I beg you, get a proper task management system. you don't like my note, my text file. Developer, software engineer is all I want. Management roles sound leechy most of the time, so not interested. Yeah, I mean, I've definitely had bosses that were exceptional managers, exceptional leaders, exceptional coaches, and they did add a lot of value. But I understand what you mean about leechy. There is definitely a lot of middle management that is leechy. Let's see, my way of using LLM is dividing a big problem into smaller chunks. Then the smaller chunks or functions will be generated by AI. Hey man, I'd say if you want to build with AI, go for it. Come up with all the different ways to work with it, Build things the way you want to build them. Raphael, I'm gonna go take a shower. Good luck. Yeah, man. Thanks for stopping in. Appreciate you subbing. Appreciate you sticking around to chat. Good luck with your Flutter migration. Cool. How do you design tests? Is that something you actively think about while developing, or do you write tests based on what you've written? So I made a video about this, about how I approach test-driven development a week ago, 2 weeks ago. But I can kind of sum it up. Let's see, do I have that here? I should have that drawing somewhere. I think it's on this computer. Yeah, here it is. So I think test-driven development is good. I think people should practice test-driven development. The problem is, I think that statement gets taken too literally. And so in my experience, when I'm building stuff, I generally can break it up into two kind of phases in most things I build. There's an exploratory phase, and then there's kind of an implementation phase. The exploration is really when you have a problem and it's ill-defined or not well understood, right? There's a problem you want to solve, but you're not really sure where the edges are of this problem. You don't really understand all the different ways that you could solve it, and you don't really understand the trade-offs of different ways that you could solve it. And so a lot of the times when I'm building something, there's a part of the development where I'm just trying to educate myself. I'm writing a lot of code that I'm probably going to end up throwing away or needing to be refactored. In this stage of my workflow, I don't usually write tests, because at that point, I don't understand my architecture. I don't understand what the right abstractions are. I'm probably going to move a lot of code around. I'm going to be adding and deleting things all the time. And if I have to be doing all of that while also maintaining a set of tests for that code, it's not terribly value add, and it slows me down quite a bit. However, there's typically a point where that exploration eventually turns to implementation, where basically I understand the problem, I understand the different solutions that I could use, I understand the trade-offs, and I've sort of picked a path, right? And the hard part is, for a lot of us, I think that these lines, we transition from one to the other without ever realizing it. Like, we were exploring a problem, now we're actually implementing a solution to said problem. And I think the key is to be aware of when that shift happens, because the moment you settle on a solution and now you have defined behavior that you want to ensure and assure, that's where you should stop. Make sure you have your test suite set up, make sure you have your test framework set up, and you should start writing tests that describe the behavior that you want, or the solution that you want. and then you should start implementing code that makes those tests pass, right? So that's when I think you should enter what I've got on the screen here. This is where, in my opinion, you should start entering like the TDD mindset or approach, in my opinion. That's, granted, doesn't mean I follow that 100% all the time, but that's conceptually how I approach it. And then to answer kind of the second part of your question about how do I design tests, most of the time if I'm in .NET, I usually will use XUnit, and I will usually just open the class that I want to test, and I'll have the files side by side, and I'll just start doing some wishful programming in my tests. So like, I'll stub out my test method, and then I'll start writing that test as if all the code that I want exists. Skrillex, thanks for subbing. And then I'll go over to the code where my production code will live, and I'll start implementing to make that test a reality. That's kind of my approach. As far as designing code that's testable in .NET, a large part of that has to do with practicing dependency injection, programming against an interface or an abstract class so that you can swap that implementation out at test time or runtime. And what else? What are other good practices? So programming against the interface, use dependency injection. If you can avoid side effects, I think that's pretty helpful. It makes tests a little bit easier to write if you have methods that are a little bit more pure, where you take something in, you give something out. Yeah, I don't know. The programming against an interface is a big one, and the dependency injection are big ones. If you follow those two things, writing tests becomes a whole lot easier, in my experience. My way of managing people is I don't give a F what you do. Here's the work, get it done. If you get this done, I'll reward you. If you don't, I'll punish you. Yeah, so you're gonna be an excellent CTO. Just like ruling from the Iron Throne. I'm not saying that like sarcastically. I think that approach to managing people is, I think there's a lot of people who would appreciate that. Just be transparent, straightforward, make the expectations clear up front and the consequences clear up front. I think a lot of people would appreciate it. Arvin, example of good higher ups is Lisa Su, CEO of AMD, Brian Goetz, Java language architecture, lead of Java development. I've seen tech lead. That's difficult. Zeros in. Did you have major in CS? Just a question because I'm not, but interested. Oh yeah, I did. Yeah, no major in computer science here. I went to school for biochemistry, so I'm 32, so I've been out of college for about 10 years. I graduated in 2015, and my degree was in biochemistry. The first 6 years of my kind of corporate career, I worked as a food scientist for a research and development company, and then I kind of switched over into technology. I started working for a technology company, and then through my time working at this company, I sort of worked into more technical roles. And then from that, I kind of developed this hobby and interest in writing code. I shared this in a short, but one of my primary motivations for learning to code was purely, my son was starting kindergarten, and my son starting kindergarten just made me very aware that the next 6 years of my life were going to pass, and 4 of those 6 years have already come and gone. And I basically told myself that, I can either do something productive with those 6 years, or I can just let them pass. And so I thought, well, my son's going to have a lot more knowledge and a lot more skills once he leaves elementary school, so maybe I can kind of treat the next 6 years almost like I'm going back to school a little bit. So let me pick a subject or let me pick a skill set and let's apply myself and see if I can't learn it and pick it up in addition to my existing skills. And I picked coding. Why I picked it, it just, I don't know, it seemed like it would be useful, seemed like it could be helpful. And lucky for me, it also struck like a chord, like it clicked, right? It clicked not only from an ability perspective, like I can do this, but also an enjoyment perspective, like I really actually enjoy this activity. So I got lucky, I feel like, in some ways. But no computer science degree here, all self-taught, just a biochemistry major, not a CS major. I'm not big tech worthy. Although I guess there are actually quite a few self-taught programmers these days working in big tech. It seems like I hear more and more stories of that. Steven, would you do this many projects if you didn't stream? Oh, for sure. Yeah. The projects might be different. Like the last couple projects have kind of been centered around content creation related things. But I mean, if you look at my Git repo, you know, like, not my Git repo, if you look at my GitHub history, you can kind of see every year since like 2021, I've done at least, I don't know, 4 or 5 significant projects, you know, with handfuls of random stuff thrown in there. But yeah, if it wasn't this, it'd be something else. I just enjoy writing code. I enjoy solving problems. I find a lot of I get a lot of entertainment and a lot of joy out of it. And so that's why I get up at 4:15 in the morning and and write code on stream. And it's a lot of fun to talk to people who also have that same interest. I think that was a big reason to start creating content on top of it, was just so that I could connect and interact with other people who also enjoy this same type of thing. But yeah, definitely still would write a lot of code. Biochem still good. Yeah, I mean the biochem major I had a blast. I mean I would, like, if someone tomorrow was like, well, you're going to be a bench chemist, I wouldn't balk at that, you know? I wouldn't mind working as a scientist. Less cooler job, pays more. Yeah, it does pay more, that's for sure. It pays more and it's a lot less work. Yeah, a lot less responsibility, a lot less work. I mean, I think most jobs that deal with bytes and not atoms, like the physical jobs, those are 9 times out of 10. I feel like they're much more difficult and require a lot more responsibility and stress and pressure, right? Like if you're a mechanical engineer, working in a manufacturing plant, building actual things, moving actual physical objects around the world, I feel like that work is always way more stress, way more responsibility, way more difficulty, but the pay scales tend to be a lot less than over here in tech land. I'm sure that doesn't hold true everywhere for everything, but that's been my experience. Is it really 8:15? Holy shit. I was just going to stream till 8. So we're over time. And my wife is awake and I think my kids are awake. So I think I'm going to shut down the stream, guys. I appreciate y'all hanging out with me. I'll be back tomorrow morning. If I don't see you tomorrow morning, I hope you have a good rest of your weekend. If it's Saturday for you, I hope you have a great Saturday. If it's Sunday for you, I hope you have a great Sunday, because time zones are odd. And yeah, bye. Yeah. See Artwork Studios. Bye Suhas. Bye Tego. Tigo, I think is what we decided on yesterday. Tigo. And anybody else who's here. Appreciate you guys hanging out. I hope you guys have a great weekend. I'll talk to you later. Bye. Bye. Bye, chat.